Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us into the heart of an ancient Celtic tale. Before we begin, my friend, like and subscribe, so you'll always be ready for your next sleepy quest. It helps my tales reach more wanderers who seek a touch of magic in their dreams. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. The chase of Slieve Cullin. Cullinn, the smith of the Didannans, who lived at Slieve Cullin, had two beautiful daughters, Melucra and Aina. They both loved Finn, and each sought him for a husband. As they walked together one evening near Allen, they fell to talking of many things, and their conversation turning at last on their future husbands, Aina said she would never marry a man with grey hair. When Melucra heard this, she resolved with herself that if she could not get Finn, she would plan so that he should not marry her sister Aina. So she departed immediately, and turning her steps northwards, she summoned the Didannans to meet her at Slieve Cullin. Having brought them all together, she caused them to make her a lake near the top of the mountain, and she breathed a druidical virtue on its waters, that all who bathed in it should become grey. On a morning not long after this, Finn happened to be walking alone on the lawn before the palace of Allen, when a doe sprang out from a thicket, and passing quite close to him, bounded past like the wind. Without a moment's delay, he signalled for his companions and dogs, but none heard except his two hounds, Bran and Scolin. He instantly gave chase, with no other arms than his sword, Macan Lona, and accompanied only by his two dogs. And before the Fianna knew of his absence, he had left Allen of the green slopes far behind. The chase turned northwards, and though the hounds kept close to the doe, the chief kept quite as close to the hounds the whole way, and so they continued without rest or pause till they reached Slieve Cullin, far in the north. Here the doe made a sudden turn and disappeared, and what direction she took, whether east or west, Finn knew not, for he never caught sight of her after, and he marvelled much that any doe in the world should be able to lead Bran and Scolin so long a chase, and escape from them in the end. Meantime, they kept searching, Finn taking one side of the hill and the dogs another, so that he was at last left quite alone. While he was wandering about the hill and whistling for his hounds, he heard the plaintive cry of a woman at no great distance, and turning his steps towards the place, he saw a lady sitting on the brink of a little lake, weeping as if her heart would break. Never before did the chieftain see a maiden so lovely. The rose colour on her cheeks was heightened by her grief. Her lips were like ruddy quicken berries. The delicate blossom of the apple tree was not more white than her neck. Her hair fell in heavy golden ringlets on her shoulders, and as she looked up at the chief, her eyes beamed like stars on a frosty night. Finn accosted her, and seeing that she ceased her weeping for a moment, he asked her had she seen his two hounds pass that way. "I have not seen thy hounds," she replied, "nor have I been at all concerned in the chase. For alas, there is something that troubles me more nearly, a misadventure that has caused me great sorrow." And as she spoke these words, she burst out weeping and sobbing more bitterly than before. Finn was greatly moved at this, so much so that he quite forgot all about his hounds and his own troubles, and he asked her, "What is the cause of this great grief, gentle lady. Has death robbed you of your husband or your child, or what other evil has befallen you? I am much concerned to see a lady in such distress, and I wish you to tell me if anything can be done to lighten your sorrow, or to remove the cause of it." She replied, "I had a precious gold ring on my finger, which I prize beyond anything in the world, and it has fallen from me into the water. I saw it roll down the steep slope at the bottom, till it went quite out of my sight. This is the cause of my sorrow, and thou canst remedy the mishap if thou wilt. The Fianna are sworn never to refuse help to a woman in distress, and I now put on thee those gazer that true heroes dare not break through, to search for the ring, and cease not till thou find it, and restore it to me." Though the chief had indeed at the moment no inclination to swim, he could not refuse a prayer urged in this manner. So he plunged in without a moment's hesitation, and examined the lake on all sides, diving and searching into every nook and cranny at the bottom. After swimming in this manner 3 times round and round the lake, he found the ring at last, and approaching the lady, he handed it to her from the water. The moment she had got it, she sprang into the lake before his eyes, and diving down, disappeared in an instant. The chief, wondering greatly at this strange behavior, stepped forth from the water, but as soon as his feet had touched the dry land, he lost all his strength and fell on the brink, a withered, grey old man, shrunken up and trembling all over with weakness. He sat him down in woeful plight, and soon his hounds came up. They looked at him wistfully and sniffed and whined around him, but they knew him not, and passing on, they ran round the lake, searching in vain for their master. On that day, the Fianna were assembled in the banquet hall of the palace of Cullinn, some feasting and drinking, some playing chess, and others listening to the sweet music of the harpers. While all were in this wise pleasantly engaged, Kilter Mac Ronan stood up in the midst, and said in the hearing of all, "I have observed, friends, that our master and king, Finn the son of Cumhaill, has not been amongst us today, as is his wont, and I wish to know whither he has gone." This speech caused a sudden alarm amongst us, for no one knew aught of the chief, or was aware till that moment that he was absent at all, and we knew not wherefore he had disappeared, or whither he had gone. In the midst of our anxious tumult, the envious and foul-mouthed Cullinn male stood up and said, "I have never heard sweeter music than your words, Kilter. The Fianna are now about to seek for their king, and my only wish is that their quest may last for a whole year, and that it may prove a vain search in the end. Be not cast down, however, O Fianna. If you should fail to find the son of Cumhaill, you will not be so ill off as you think, for I will undertake to be your king from this time forth." Though we were at the time more inclined to be sad than mirthful, being weighed down with much anxiety, we could not help laughing when we heard the loud, foolish talk of Cullinn male, but we took no further notice of him. Inquiring now from the lesser people about the palace, we found that the chief and his 2 dogs had followed a doe northwards. So having mustered a strong party of the Fianna, we started in pursuit. Kilter and I took the lead, the rest keeping close behind, and in this order we followed the track, never taking rest or slackening speed till we reached Slieve Cullin. We began to search round the hill, hoping to find either the chief himself or some person who might give us tidings of him. After wandering among breaks and rough, rocky places, we at last espied a grey-headed old man sitting on the brink of a lake. I went up to him to ask a question, followed by the rest of the Fianna. At first, I thought he might be a fisherman who had come up from the plains to fish, but when we came near him, he seemed so wretched an old creature, all shriveled up, with the skin hanging in wrinkles over the bare points of his bones, that I felt quite sure he was not a fisherman, and that he was reduced to that state more by sickness and want than by old age. I asked the poor old man if he had seen a noble-looking hero pass that way, with 2 hounds chasing a doe. He never answered a word, neither did he stir from where he sat, or even look up. But at the question, his head sank on his breast, and his limbs shook all over as with palsy. Then he fell into a sudden fit of grief, wringing his hands and uttering feeble cries of woe. We soothed him and used him gently for a time, hoping he might speak at last, but to no purpose, for he still kept silent. Then at last, growing impatient, and thinking that this might be a mere headstrong humour, we drew our swords and threatened him with instant death if he did not at once tell us all he knew of the chief and his hounds, for we felt sure he had seen them. But he only lamented the more, and still answered nothing. At last, after this had gone on for some time, and when we were about to leave him, he beckoned to Kilter Mac Ronan, and when Kilter had come near, the old man whispered into his ear the dreadful secret. And then we all came to know the truth. When we found that the withered old man was no other than our beloved king, Finn himself, we uttered 3 shouts of lamentation and anger, so loud and prolonged that the foxes and badgers rushed affrighted from their dens in the hollows of the mountain. Cullinn now stepped forward, looking very fierce, and unsheathing his sword with mighty bluster, he began in a loud voice to revile Finn and the Fianna with the foulest language he could think of, and he ended by saying that he meant to slay the king that moment. Now, O Finn Mac Cumhaill, I will certainly strike off your head, for you are the man that never gave me credit for valor, or praised my noble deeds in battle. Ever since your father, Cumhaill of the Host, was slain on the field of Knocker by the clan mourner of the Golden Shields, you have been our bitter foe, and it is against your will that any of us are now alive. I am very glad to see you, Finn Mac Cumhaill, brought down to what you now are, and I only wish that the rest of the clan Baskin were like you. Then should I very soon make short work of them all, and joyful to me would be the task of raising a great Khan to their memory. To which Oscar replied with great scorn, It is not worth while drawing a sword to punish thee, Conan male, vain and foolish boaster as thou art, and besides, we have at present something else to think of. But if it were not for the trouble that now lies heavy on us on account of our king, I would of a certainty chastise thee by breaking all the bones of thy mouth with my fist. Cease, Oscar, returned Conan, in a voice still louder than before. Cease your foolish talk. It is actions and not words that prove a man. And as to the noble warlike deeds done in past times by the Fianna, it was by the clan mourner they were performed, and not by the chicken-hearted clan Baskin. The fiery Oscar could bear this no longer. He rushed towards Conan Mail, but Conan, terrified at his vengeful look, ran in amongst the Fianna with great outcry, beseeching them to save him from the rage of Oscar. We straightway confronted the young hero and checked him in his headlong career, and after much ado, we soothed his anger and made peace between him and Conan. When quietness was restored, Kilter asked Finn how this dread evil had befallen him, who was the enchanter, and whether there was any hope of restoring him to his own shape. Finn told him that it was the daughter of Cullinn the smith, who had transformed him by her spells, and then he recounted how she had lured him to swim in the lake, and how, when he came forth, he was turned into a withered old man. We now made a framework litter of slender poles, and placing our king on it, we lifted him tenderly on our shoulders, and turning from the lake, we marched slowly uphill till we came to the fairy palace of Slieve Cullin, where we knew the daughter of Cullinn had her dwelling deep underground. Here we set him down, and the whole troop began at once to dig, determined to find the enchantress in her cave palace, and to take vengeance on her if she did not restore our chief. For 3 days and 3 nights we dug, without a moment's rest or pause, till at length we reached her hollow dwelling, when she, affrighted at the tumult and at the vengeful look of the heroes, suddenly started forth from the cave and stood before us. She held in her hand a drinking horn of red gold, which was meant for the king, yet she appeared unwilling and held it back, notwithstanding the threatening looks of the Fianna. But, happening to cast her eyes on the graceful and manly youth, Oscar, she was moved with such admiration and love for him that she wavered no longer, but placed the fairy drinking horn in the hands of the king. No sooner had he drunk from it than his own shape and features returned, save only that his hair remained of a silvery grey. When we gazed on our chief in his own graceful and manly form, we were all pleased with the soft, silvery hue of the grey hairs, and, though the enchantress appeared ready to restore this also, Finn himself told her that it pleased him as it pleased the others, and that he chose to remain grey for the rest of his life. When the king had drunk from the horn, he passed it to Macreth, who drank from it in like manner and gave it to Daring. Daring, after drinking, was about to hand it to the next, when it gave a sudden twist out of his hand and darted into the loose earth at our feet, where it sank out of sight. We ran at once to recover it, but though we turned up the earth deeply all round, we were not able to find the drinking horn. This was a disappointment that vexed us exceedingly, for if we had all drunk from it, we should have been gifted with a foreknowledge of future events. A growth of slender twigs grew up afterwards over the spot where it sank into the ground, and this little thicket is still gifted with a part of the virtue of the golden drinking horn. For anyone who looks on it in the morning fasting will know in a moment all things that are to happen that day. So ended the chase of Slieve Cullin, and in this wise it came to pass that Finn's hair was turned in one day from golden yellow to silvery grey. The chase of Slieve Fuad. Finn and the Fianna went one day to hunt at Slieve Fuad. When they had come very near to the top of the mountain, a deer suddenly bounded from a thicket right before them, very large and fierce, with a great pair of sharp, dangerous antlers. At once they loosed their dogs and gave chase, and those who were scattered here and there about the hill gave up the pursuit of smaller game to join the main body, for it was very seldom they fell in with a deer that promised better sport. She led them through rugged places, over rocks and bogs, and into deep glens. The hounds several times surrounded her, but she fought her way with so much strength and fury that she always escaped, after killing many of the dogs and disabling some of the men. Soon she left Slieve Fuad behind, nor did she slacken speed till she reached the green hill of Lidas, while the hunters and dogs followed in full chase close behind. She then made her way across the open country to a rugged and bushy hill, the hill of Carrigan, and here they suddenly lost her among the rocks and thickets. They searched round the hill without avail, north, south, east and west, till all, both men and dogs, were quite scattered, and Finn and Dara the melodious were left alone. At length, Finn's dog Cullinn started the deer once more, and again the chase began. Back over the selfsame course she ran, by the hill of Lidas, and straight on towards Slieve Fuad, Finn and Dara close on her track, while the main body of the Fianna followed far behind, guided by the cries of the dogs. When the deer reached Slieve Fuad, she again took cover and disappeared at the very spot where they had first started her, and the two chiefs, after beating the thickets on every side, were at length forced to give up the search. A druidical mist now rose up, darkening the air and enfolding them on every side, so that they lost their way. They tried many times to regain the path, but to no purpose, for they only lost themselves more and more among the quagmires and thickets. At last they sat down to rest, weary and baffled, and Dara played a mournful strain on his timpan, after which they sounded the Dordfian as a signal to their friends. When the Fianna heard the Dordfian sounding afar off, they felt sure that their leader was in trouble or strait of some kind, and they started to his relief, making northward straight towards the point from which they thought the signal came. But they had not gone far when they heard it sounding from the east, and altered their course accordingly. Again it changed to the west, and no sooner had they set forward in that direction than it seemed to come from the south. In this manner were they led hither and thither, till they became quite bewildered, and they found themselves no nearer to those they were in search of, for every time they heard the Dordfian, it seemed as far off as ever. Meantime, Finn and Dara, after resting for a time, again started off, intent on trying once more to reach their friends, for they heard their shouts and knew they were seeking them. As they were making their way through the thick fog, they heard a voice at a little distance, as if from one in distress, and turning their steps that way, they met a young woman, very beautiful and very pleasing in manner, but looking weary and sore perplexed, and all over in sad plight from the bogs and brambles. Finn accosted her in a gentle voice, asking how she came to be alone in a place so wild. She replied, "I and my husband were journeying along over the plain when we heard the melodious cry of hounds, and he left me to follow the chase, telling me to continue along the same path and promising to rejoin me without delay. But this fairy fog has risen around me, and I have lost my way, so that I know not now in what direction to go." Finn then asked her name and the name of her husband. My husband's name is Lavaran, and mine is Glanlua. But I perceive that you are one of the Fianna, and indeed I think, from your arms and from your noble mien, that you must be the great chief Finn himself. If this be so, I place myself under your protection, and I know well that you will lead me safely out of this place to my husband, for the Fianna never yet refused their help to a woman in distress. Finn replied, "You are quite right, lady, for I am Finn, and this chase that has parted you and your husband belongs to me. We will certainly take you under our protection, and we will neither abandon you on this mountain, nor suffer anyone to harm you. But as to leading you to your husband, it is not at present in our power to do that, for you must know, lady, that we also have been set astray by this magical fairy fog. Nevertheless, we will do the best we can, and now you had better come with us." So the three set forward in the direction they thought most likely to lead to the open plain. After walking for some time, they heard a low, sweet strain of fairy music, and they stopped to listen. It seemed to be near them and around them in the fog, so that Finn thought it came from the spot where the lady stood, and she thought it came from Finn or Dara, and the music was followed by shouts and noise, as if from a great company. When the noise ceased, the music began again more sweetly than before, so that they felt heavy and as if inclined to sleep. Still more drowsy and powerless they became as they listened, and at last they all three sank on the ground in a trance deep and death-like. After a time, they awoke and slowly regained their senses, though they were so weak that they could scarcely move. The fog had cleared away, leaving the air bright and warm, and when they were able to look around, they found themselves on the margin of a blue lake. The part of the lake that lay in front of them was narrow and quite calm and smooth, but on each side, to the right and left, it opened out into two broad green-bordered seas, with great waves tumbling wildly about, as if the waters were torn up by whirlwinds. But where they sat, not a breath was blowing, and looking across the narrow part, they saw a stately palace right before them on the opposite shore. As they were gazing at all these strange things, silent and much astonished, they saw a warrior coming forth from the palace, in size like a giant, rough and fierce-looking, with a beautiful woman by his side. The two walked quickly down to the shore, and plunging in, they swam straight across the middle of the lake. And Dara and Glanlua, turning to Finn, said, "Of a surety, it is not for our good yonder strangers are approaching, but to work us treachery and mischief." This forecast turned out to be true. The large warrior and the beautiful lady had no sooner gained the land than they came up to Finn and his two companions, and without speaking a word, the giant seized them roughly and led them down to the shore of the lake. For the two heroes were still so weak from the spell of the fairy music that they were not able to raise a hand to defend either the lady or themselves. The giant and his companion, making no delay, plunged in and swam back towards the palace, bringing the three with them. And as soon as they had reached the shore, the strange warrior, addressing Finn in a fierce and surly manner, said, "For a long time have I sought Finn Mac Cumhaill, the evil-minded and crafty. And now, O Finn, now that thou hast been by a well-laid plan cast under my power, I will take good care that thou shalt not escape till I take revenge, even to the full, for all the injuries thou hast done to me and to my sister." Finn listened to this speech with much surprise, for he could not call to mind that he had ever seen the hero before, and he said, "Tell me, I pray thee, who thou art, for I know thee not, neither do I know of any injury thou hast suffered at my hands. Thou art indeed large of body, and fierce and boastful in speech, but know that to take revenge on a foe who is unable to defend himself is a deed quite unbecoming a hero." The large man replied, "Do you not remember the treachery you practiced on Murga of the sharp spears, and on my sons, 2 fair youths, whom you slew by unfair means, at the battle of Knocknare? Well indeed do I know thee, Finn, for I am Dryantor, and this is Elna my sister, the wife of Murga. She is left without her husband, and I without my sons, by your cruel wiles, for it was by fraud and foul play, and not by fair fighting, that you gained the battle of Knocknare, and slew Murga and his host." "I remember well," said Finn, "that they all fell on the battlefield, but it was not by craft or treachery. Murga of the sharp spears came with a mighty host to conquer Erin, and lay it under tribute, but they were met at Knocknare, and every man of them slain in fair, open fight, though not without sore loss to the Fianna." "You may say what you please on the matter," said Dryantor, "but it is quite enough for me that you have slain Aelna's husband and my 2 sons, and now indeed I shall take revenge, of that be sure, both on you and on all the Fianna that come within my reach." And having so spoken, he began without more ado to bind Finn, Dara, and Glanlua in strong fetters, and having done so, he threw them into a dungeon, where he left them without food or drink or comfort of any kind. Meantime, the Fianna ceased not to search for their king. They knew by the sad strain they had heard in the distance, and by the strange manner in which the music had shifted from place to place, that he was caught under some druidic spell, and they vowed they would never rest till they had found him and punished the enchanter, whoever he might be. Next day, Aelna visited the dungeon, and Finn addressed her. "Hast thou forgotten, Aelna, that when thou didst come to Erin after the death of thy husband, Murga of the sharp spears, the Fianna received thee hospitably, and pitying thy distress, treated thee with much kindness? But for this thou hast indeed given us an ungrateful and unbecoming return, for thou hast shut us up in this dungeon, without food or drink, having, by guileful druidical spells, taken away our strength." "I remember very well," said Aelna, "that you treated me kindly, but you killed my husband, and I am well pleased that it has now come to my turn to avenge his death. I do not feel the least pity for you, and I only wish that the whole of the Fianna were with you in that dungeon, to be dealt with by my brother." Then, casting her eyes on Glanlua, she began to upbraid her in bitter words for having been in the company of Finn and Dara. But Glanlua explained the matter, saying that she had never seen either of the chiefs before, and that it was only by chance she had fallen on them when she had lost her way in the fog. "If that be so," said Aelna, "it is not just that you should be punished for the evil deeds of the others." And she went and told Dryantor, who came forthwith to release the lady. Glanlua took leave of Finn and Dara, and left the prison, grieving much for their evil plight, for for she was grateful for their kindness on the mountain. Ailna led her to the palace, and having placed food before her, bade her eat. But Glanlua, being overcome by weakness, suddenly fell into a swoon, and remained for a long time without sense or motion, like one dead. When at last she opened her eyes, she saw Ailna standing near, holding in her hand a golden drinking horn. And Ailna gave her to drink, and immediately the spells lost their power, and she regained her strength, and the bloom and beauty of her countenance returned. But now she bethought her of the two heroes, and remembering their dismal plight in the dungeon, she became sorrowful, and began to sigh and weep. And when Ailna and Dryantor came to know the cause of her tears, they told her with much severity that Finn and Dara deserved their punishment, and that both should stay in prison till the time had come to put them to death. I seek not to release them from prison or to save them from death, said Glanlua, but that they are left without food and drink. This it is that moves me to pity. And Dryantor said, if only that has caused your tears, you may, if you so please, bring them food. Besides, I do not mean to put them to death immediately. I shall let them live yet a while, that I may decoy by them the other Fianna, who are now wandering hither and thither in quest of their chief. And it is my firm belief that in a little time I shall have them all in that dungeon. So Glanlua went to the prison, bringing food and drink, and Ailna went with her. They found the heroes sitting on the floor, sorrowing, their strength and activity all gone, for the music spell still held them, and they suffered also from want of food. And when they saw the two ladies, they shed bitter tears. Glanlua, on her part, wept with pity when she looked on the wasted face of the chief, but not so Ailna. She was pleased at their distress, for her heart was hardened with vengeance, and she longed for the time when they should suffer death. Howbeit, Glanlua placed food and drink before them, and they ate and drank, and were strengthened for the time. When the two ladies returned, Dryantor asked Glanlua if it were true what he had heard, that Dara was a favourite among the Fianna, and why it was that they loved him so. Glanlua replied, I only know that he is a very skillful musician, for I never heard melody sweeter than the strains he played yesterday when I met himself and Finn in the fog. I should like very much to hear this music, said Dryantor, if it be so melodious as you say. And as he spoke these words, he went towards the dungeon. And when he had come to the door, he said to Dara, in a loud, harsh, surly voice, I have heard that you are a skillful musician and can play very sweet strains. I wish you to play for me now, that I may know if this be true. To which Dara replied, if I had the Fianna around me, I could delight them with the melody of my timpan. But as for you, guileful and cruel as you are, I do not believe that you can take any pleasure in music. Moreover, how can you expect that I shall play sweet music for you, seeing that I am shut up here in this dismal dungeon, and that all manly strength and cheerfulness of mind have left me through your foul spells? I will take off the spells if only you play for me, said Dryantor, and if your strains be as delightful as I have heard reported, I will bring you forth from your prison, and I will keep you forever in my castle, and you shall play for me whensoever I wish for music. I shall never consent to be released, Neither will I play any music for you, so long as my chief lies in bondage and under enchantment, said Dara. For I grieve not indeed for myself, but for him. Dryantor replied, I will lift the spells from both of you for a time, but as to releasing Finn, that is a matter I do not wish to talk of now. Whereupon Dryantor removed the spells, and the heroes regained their strength and courage. Dara then played a low, sweet tune, and Dryantor, who had never before heard such music, listened with delight and wonder. He was so charmed that he called Ailna and Glanlua, that they also might hear, and they were as much delighted as the giant. But what pleased Glanlua most was to see the heroes restored to their wonted cheerfulness. Now all this time the Fianna was seeking among the glens and hollows of the mountain for Finn and Dara. After walking for some time over a stony and rugged way, a faint strain of music struck on their ears. They stopped to listen, breathless, and every man knew the sound of Dara's timpan, and they raised a shout of gladness which reached Finn and Dara in their dungeon. At the same moment they came in view of the palace, and they drew their swords and put their shields and spears in readiness, as men do going to battle. And they went forward warily, for they feared foul play, and their hearts had a forecast that a foe was near. But indeed, they little deemed what manner of foe they should meet. When Dryantor heard the shouts, he hid himself from the view of the Fianna, and forthwith betook him to his magic arts. And again the spell fell on the two heroes, and their strength departed, and Dara's hand, losing its cunning, trembled on the strings, so that his music became dull and broken. And when Dara's music ceased, the Fianna heard a low, hoarse murmur, which, growing each moment louder, sounded at last like the hollow roar of waves. And anon their strength and their swiftness left them, and they fell to the ground every man, in a deep trance, as if they slept the sleep of death. Then Dryantor and Ailna came forth, and having bound them one by one in strong, hard fetters, they roused them up and led them helpless and faltering to the dungeon, where they shut them in with Finn and Dara. The Fianna looked sadly on their king, and he, on his part, shed bitter tears to think that he had decoyed them, though indeed he had done so unwittingly, into the hands of their foe. In the midst of their sighs and tears, they heard the loud voice of the giant, who, looking in on them from the open door, addressed them. Now at last, ye Fianna, you are in my safe keeping. Truly, you have done great deeds in your time, but yet, methinks, you will not be able to escape from this prison till I have taken just vengeance on you for slaying Murgar of the sharp spears and my 2 sons at the battle of Knokanare. And having so spoken, he shut the door and went his way. When he came to the palace, he found that Glanlua's husband, Lavaran, had been there, upon which he fell into a mighty rage, for he feared to let any man know the secrets of the palace, and he feared also that Lavaran might try to aid Finn and the others. He inquired of the 2 ladies whither he had gone, but they replied they did not know. He then began to search through the rooms, and raising his voice, he called aloud for Lavaran, and the Fianna, even in their dungeon, heard the roar quite plainly. Lavaran, hearing him, was sore afraid, and answered from a remote part of the palace And as he came forward, the giant placed him under his spells, and having bound him, flung him into the dungeon with the others. Dryantor's fury had not in the least abated, and entering the dungeon, he struck off the heads of several of the Fianna with his great sword, saying he would visit them each day, and do in like manner till he had killed them all. During this time, the Fianna were unable to defend themselves, for besides that, their strength had gone out from their limbs on account of the spells. They found that from the time the enchanter entered the prison, they were all fixed firmly in their places, every man cleaving to the ground in whatsoever position he chanced to be, sitting, lying, or standing. And Finn shed tears, even tears of blood in sight of all, seeing his men fall one by one, while he had to look on without power to help them. After Dryantor had in this manner slain several, he approached Conan Mail with intent to end that day's work by cutting off his head. And as it chanced, Conan was lying full length on the floor. Now Conan, though he was large-boned and strong, and very boastful in his speech, was a coward at heart, and more afraid of wounds and death than any man that ever lived. So when he saw Dryantor coming towards him with his sword in his hand, all dripping, he shouted aloud, "Hold thy hand, Dryantor. Hold thy hand for a little while, and be not guilty of such treachery." But the giant, not heeding in the least Conan's words, raised his sword with his two hands and rose on tiptoe for a mighty blow. Then Conan, terrified beyond measure, put forth all his strength to free himself, and bounded from the floor clear outside the range of the sword, but left behind him, clinging to the floor, all the skin of his back, even from the points of his shoulders to the calves of his legs. When he saw the giant still making towards him in a greater rage than ever for missing his blow, he again cried aloud, "Hold your hand this time, Dryantor. Is it not enough that you see me in this woeful plight? For it is plain that I cannot escape death. Leave me then to die of my wounds, and slay me not thus suddenly." Dryantor held his hand, but he told Conan that he would for a certainty kill him next time he came, if he did not find him already dead of his wounds. Then he stalked out of the dungeon, and shutting close the door, left the Fianna in gloom and sadness. Though Lavaran had been only a little while in the palace, he made good use of his time, and now approaching Finn, he whispered in his ear, "There is that in yonder palace which would free us from those accursed spells if we only could get at it." And when Finn asked what it was, he replied, "A magical golden drinking horn of wondrous virtue. I saw it in the palace among many other precious jewels." And when Finn again questioned him how he knew of its secret power, he said, "Glanlua, my wife, told me, for she said that, being herself at the point of death, Alna fetched this drinking horn and bade her drink, and when she had drunk, she was immediately freed from spells and sickness. She told me, moreover, that it would remove the spell from the Fianna and bring back their strength and heal their wounds, if they could get to drink from it." Conan, being near, overheard this conversation, and he inwardly resolved that he would try to secure the drinking horn, if perchance he might be able to heal his wounds by means of it. Not long after, the giant again came to the prison, sword in hand, and addressed Cullinn in these words: "Come forward now, O big bald man, for I am about to fulfill my promise to you. Come forward, that I may strike off your large head, for I see that your wounds have not killed you." But Conan, instead of coming forward, fell back even to the farthest part of the dungeon and replied, "You must know, Driantor, that I, of all men alive, am the most unwilling to die any death unworthy of a brave hero. You see my evil plight, all wounded and faint from loss of blood, and being as I am a valiant warrior, it would surely be a shameful thing and a foul blot on my fame to be slain while in this state. I ask only one favor, that you cure me of my wounds first. After this, you may put me to death in any manner that is most agreeable to you." To this Driantor consented, seeing that Conan was secure, and he called to Aelna and bade her fetch him the magical golden drinking horn. "For I wish," said he, "to heal the wounds of yonder big bald man." But Aelna replied, "Of what concern are his wounds to us? Is it not better that he should die at once, and all the other Fianna with him?" Conan spoke out from where he stood, "Lovely Aelna, I seek not to escape death. I ask only to be healed first and slain afterwards." Aelna went to the palace and soon returned, bringing not the drinking horn, but a large sheepskin, covered all over with a long growth of wool. Driantor took it from her, and doing as she told him, he fitted it on Conan's back, where it cleaved firmly, so that his wounds were all healed up in an instant. As long as Conan lived afterwards, this sheepskin remained on his back, and the wool grew upon it every year, even as wool grows on the back of a living sheep. And from that time forth, the other Fianna were always mocking him and laughing at him and calling him nicknames. As soon as Conan felt his wounds healed, he again spoke to the giant. "It is my opinion, Driantor, that it would be a very unwise thing for you to put me to death. I see plainly you want a servant. Now, although I am large of bone and strong of body, and very brave withal, still I am very harmless. And if you let me live, I shall be your servant forever, and you will find me very useful to you." The giant saw the force and wisdom of Conan's words, and he felt that he wanted a servant very much, though he never perceived it till that moment, when Conan reminded him of it. So he said, "I believe indeed, Conan, that your words are truth. Wherefore, I will not put you to death. You are now my servant, and so shall you be for the rest of your life." He then led Conan forth from the dungeon towards the palace, and he was in such good humour at having got a servant that he forgot to kill any of the Fianna on that occasion. He called to him Aelna and Glanlua to tell them of what he had done, and he said to them, "I find that I need a servant very much. Wherefore, I have made Conan my servant, and I am now about to free him from the spell and give him back his strength by a drink from the golden drinking horn, so that he may be able to wait on me and do my work." For Conan, though his wounds were healed, was still so weak from the spell that he was scarce able to walk. "I do not at all approve what you have done," said Aelna. "It would be, methinks, much better to put him straightway to death, along with all the others. As long as he is with us as our servant, I shall never think myself free from danger, for the Fianna are treacherous all alike. As for the other Fianna, replied Dryantor, you need not be in any trouble on their account, for their time is short. As soon as I've got Cullinn free from the spell, I will go straight to the dungeon and kill them, every man. And when they are fairly put out of the way, it seems to me that we need not fear danger from this big, bald man with the sheepskin on his back. When Iolna heard that the death of the Fianna was near at hand, she no longer gainsaid her brother. So Dryantor led Conan to the palace, and placing the magical drinking horn in his hand, bade him drink. And Conan drank, and immediately his strength and his spirits returned. Now it so happened, while these things went on, that Finn asked Dara to play one of his sweet, sad tunes, that they might hear the music of his timpan before they died. And Dara took his timpan and began to play. And historians say that no one either before or since ever played sweeter strains. At the very moment that Conan had finished drinking, he and Dryantor heard the music sounding faintly in the distance, and the giant opened the door and stood on the threshold to listen. He was so charmed that he quite forgot all about Conan and the drinking horn, and finding that he could not hear the music plainly enough where he stood, he walked hastily towards the dungeon, leaving Conan behind with the drinking horn in his hand. No sooner had he gone out than Conan hid the drinking horn under his cloak and went to the dungeon after him. And when the giant saw him, he said, "Why have you followed me? And what business have you here? Are you not my servant? And why have you come without being bidden by me?" "I thought," replied Conan, "that you were about to put the Fianna to death, and I came to look at them once more before they died." Then suddenly Dryantor bethought him of the drinking horn, and he said, "Where is the golden drinking horn I gave you?" "I left it," said Conan, "just where I found it in the palace." The giant ran hastily towards the palace to secure the drinking horn. And no sooner was he out of sight than Conan, drawing forth the horn, put it to the lips of each to drink, beginning with Finn. Only Finn and Oscar had drunk when they heard the heavy steps of the giant running towards the dungeon. And now they saw that he was indeed inflamed with fury. Oscar seized his great polished spear and sprang to the door, and the others raised a mighty shout of joy, while Conan went on releasing the heroes one by one. When Dryantor saw Oscar, he uttered a roar of rage and disappointment, and then called aloud to Iolna to come to him, and she came forth. And when she saw how matters stood, she was seized with such grief and terror that she dropped down and died immediately. Glanlua was standing near at hand, rejoicing at the release of her husband and friends. But when she saw Aelna fall to the ground dead, she became sad, and stooping down, wept over her. All this Oscar saw from where he stood, and it was with much ado he checked his tears. For though my son was the bravest of the heroes, and the most terrible in battle, he had a gentle heart, and never saw a woman or a child in distress without being moved to pity. But Conan felt not the least pity. On the contrary, he was very glad to see Iolna dead, and he told Oscar that it was very well she was out of the way, for that she was a vicious woman, and had wrought the Fianna much trouble and woe. And now Oscar, casting his eyes again on Dryantor, hardened his heart for battle, and addressed the giant in these words: It has at last come to pass, O Dryantor, that you are in the power of the Fianna, and there is no escape for you, though you are a large and strong giant, and a druid with powerful magical spells. But the Fianna never yet treated an enemy ungenerously. You indeed dealt unfairly and treacherously with us, and meant to kill us all, after having taken away our strength and valor by your black, guileful magic. But even so, we give you your choice, and we challenge you now to single combat with any of our champions you may wish to choose. To which Dryantor replied, "It is very true that the Fianna have prevailed over me, and it is a just punishment for my folly in releasing Cullinn the Bald from my spells. I desire single combat. I will fight the Fianna one after another, till I either fall myself or slay them all, and I will begin with you." Oscar then took his shield and made ready for battle. Meantime the giant, harbouring great wrath against Conan, approached him unawares, and when he had come near enough, he sprang suddenly on him and aimed a blow with all his might at his head. But Conan, springing aside, barely escaped the edge of the sword, and running in great fear, called to Oscar with great outcry to save him from the giant. Then Oscar ran between, and he and the giant fought a long and fierce fight, while we looked on with anxious hearts. The giant was furious and strong, but my son was active and watchful and fearless of heart. And Dryantor at length fell at the door of his own palace, pierced through and through by the long, smooth spear of Oscar. When the Fianna saw the giant fall, they raised 3 mighty shouts of joy, and Glanlure brought the magic drinking horn to Oscar, from which he drank, so that his wounds were healed, and his strength straightway returned to him. The Fianna then went into the palace, where they found food in great plenty, with wine and mead in golden bowls and drinking horns, and they ate and drank and made merry, after which they rested that night on soft beds and couches. When they awoke in the morning, all was changed. The palace and the lake were gone, and the heroes found themselves lying on the heathy side of Slieve Fuad, at the self-same spot where they had first started the deer, with the morning sun shining brightly over their heads. And so, our quest through these timeless tales comes to an end. With the story's final words, you have completed this sleepy quest. May your dreams be filled with magic until the next adventure begins. Rest well, traveller.